The tarp now has been taken off the infield. That's good news. We hope to get started on time. The lights are on. The wind not a factor at the moment, and we hope to dodge the rain. And yesterday the Cubs played another tight one with the Astros. Let's check in on the highlights. The last 6 games between these two clubs have all been one-run decisions. The Astros got on the board in the first inning. An error by Aramis Ramirez after a nice diving stop, but the throw hit the dirt, and Jordan Schaefer came in to score 1-0 Astros. But then Tony Campana making things happen with his speed. He steals third, and Carlos Corporon's throw trickles into left. Campana scores easily. We're tied at 1. 4th inning now. Brian LaHare getting the start in right field, and he cranks a home run to straightaway center field. His 40th homer of the year when you combine his AAA and Major League numbers. 2-1 Cubs. Rodrigo Lopez pretty good yesterday. Struck out 7 Astros, a season high in punch-outs, as he went 6 innings, allowed just that first inning unearned run, and that got it into the bullpen late. Kerry Wood in the 8th inning with a big strikeout of J.B. Shuck. And then in the 9th inning, Sean Marshall in some trouble, bases loaded, and 1 out, but he gets Jose Altuve to swing and miss. And then the pinch hitter Humberto Quintero grounds out. The Darwin Barney Cubs win. They've now won 5 in a row at Wrigley Field against the Astros. Henry Sosa had a 37-pitch first inning, but then recovered to pitch well as he did get through 6, gave up just the 2 runs, but it was enough for the Cubs, who won it 2-1. And the offensive hero yesterday was Brian LaHare with a game-winning home run. Chris Bowden had a chance to catch up with the Cubs outfielder earlier.
Len, thanks very much. Brian, what have you liked with what's transpired over the last couple of weeks, and is there anything you haven't liked?
No, I mean, it's a lot of fun. You know, being in the big leagues right now, being out here playing at Wrigley Field is just a great place to be.
How much better of a Major League player do you think you are this time around as opposed to a few years back in Seattle?
Well, you know, I've had a few years to kind of sit back and reflect on the first experience and prepare myself for the next one. Done a lot of preparation mentally, physically to perform next time I came back, and it's been working out so far.
What area specifically, though, do you think you're better than way back when in Seattle?
Well, you know, I'm just consistently hitting balls harder. I'm getting good pitches to hit. I'm working counts better. I think all around I'm a better player.
You had limited, if any, outfield play during your time in the minors the last couple of years, and that's really been the bulk of your time here, including here today in the outfield. What's your evaluation on how things have gone with that?
I think it's going well. I'm working hard, you know, in BP before the games, taking live balls off the bat and those kind of things. Bobby D is doing a great job working with me, and you know, I'm starting to feel comfortable.
How much are you leaning upon Marlon and Tony when you're out there in terms of positioning and learning what some of the opposing hitters are capable of doing?
Yeah, you know, at the beginning of each series we go over the strengths of the hitters, whether it's opposite field, pull side, and Marlon Bird's pretty much positioned me where he wants me. Campana's doing the same thing, so we're working well.
Every day kind of a learning experience when you're up here at this level. I know it's the same way down in the minors, but especially up here. And you know, what kind of examples can you give us in terms of you know, what you learn every day out there?
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to stick with the same approach. You know, get good pitches to hit them hard. Leaning on some veterans to you know, give me some advice. You know, what it takes to succeed and stay. And so far, it's working out.
With some of the big numbers that you put up this year at Iowa, what was it that really came together for you this year in particular at AAA?
You know, I don't know if it was anything specific. I did a few things in the off season that I've changed up a little bit. Some of my strength, you know, conditioning programs, stuff like that. I went down to the Dominican Republic and played a little bit. But other than that, you know, I'm just focused and determined to do well when I get here.
Well, focus and determination is something you've had to do because it's been a long road. There's been a couple of ups and downs like this. Have there been any points where the frustration has gotten to the point where you're thinking of, you know, maybe my days in this sport or this pursuit are numbered?
Yeah, you know, there's a few times throughout the year you get a little frustrated because you know you're doing really well and you know you want other things to happen for you. But the biggest thing I've learned is, you know, to stay in the moment. You know, really focus on the day at, you know, and the task at hand, and you know, whatever job is at hand, you know, focus on that and you know, do it well, and hopefully good things happen.
I know Len and Bob, when they're up there watching the game and you're at bats, they're marveling at your patience, the way you have, you know, an eye and take those counts deep. Is that something you've always had, or has that taken some time to develop?
I think I've done it pretty well at that the last few years. You know, I don't want to give in to the pitcher. You know, I want to get my pitch. You know, I want to hit my pitch hard, and you know, when you start giving in to the pitcher, they start messing with you a little bit, and you know, that's when things start spiraling down.
All right, Len and Bob were talking during the game yesterday about this final road trip's coming up. Ryan Dempster's in charge of costuming, but you've had time up already. I don't know if you're qualified as a rookie. Have you gotten in Dempster's ear as to whether you're qualifying for having to dress up on this last road trip to St. Louis and San Diego?
No, I stay away from those questions. You know, whatever they want to do, I've experienced that. I've been through that. You know, but whatever they want to do, I'm prepared.
But if you've done it already, you shouldn't have to do it all over again. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you did it in Seattle a second time around, that doesn't count, does it?
I'm not going to say that because I know if I do, they'll definitely make me do it. But I'm just, you know, going day by day, and whatever they want is, you know, what I'll do.
All right. Hopefully Ryan's not listening or watching. He's got to start today anyway. But thanks for doing this. Great job so far, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Brian LaHare. Let's send it back up to you.
All right, Chris, thanks very much, and we will give you a full report on the rookie hazing on this final road trip coming up. The final home Sunday, as Cap mentioned, believe it or not. Astros and Cubs. We'll talk about today's starting pitchers next. Today, but again, we should be set here in a few minutes for the Astros and the Cubs in the final game of this series. Cubs go for the 3-game sweep. They welcome in Milwaukee tomorrow. The Brewers with an early big lead at Cincinnati. Their magic number to clinch the division currently at 5. That's Brewers wins and Cardinal losses. Pretty good pitching matchup today. A battle of opening day starters for these two teams. Brett Myers has had a rough season, but he's in the best stretch by far of this season. Look what he's done against the Cubs, just 3-13 against everybody else. Final home start for Ryan Dempster. He's trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. His last win came over a month ago on August 11th. So the Cubs again go for the sweep today as they take on the Houston Astros from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. Next. Campana's speed, Brian LaHare's power, and Sean Marshall's ability to escape a big jam as the Cubs squeak past the Astros for the second consecutive day. Today, the Cubs go for the sweep. Next. We are live from the corner of Clark and Addison on the north side of Chicago for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Today, the Cubs go for the three-game weekend sweep as they take on Carlos Lee and the Houston Astros. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. A threat of rain today. Hopefully it doesn't come to pass, and we will get in Game 3 without any sort of delay. The Cubs are playing pretty good baseball here. They've been up and down lately, but Bob, you go back to the trade deadline day, final day of August, essentially, in July. They've been above 500, believe it or not.
They've gotten much better starting pitcher. That's where it all starts, with starting pitching. But they've also hit the ball extremely well. You see the 51 home runs in those 45 ball games. Aramis Ramirez was crazy hot in the month of August, and he just kind of drugged the rest of the offense along with it.
And they've gotten some help from the September call-ups as well. In particular, Brian LaHare. He had the game-winning home run yesterday, and he's back in the lineup today.
Well, and he should be, Len. He just continues to put together really good at-bats. You heard him talking with Chris Bowden just a moment ago. He just tries to get a good pitch to hit and hit it hard. It makes it sound very simple, but we know it's not that easy. He has put together some really good at-bats. He's taking his walks, and when he gets pitches to hit, he's hitting them hard. And
a pretty good pitching matchup. Brett Myers against Ryan Dempster. Now we're going to send it down to the field, and in special recognition of the military, USAA now presents the singing of God Bless America and the national anthem to be performed by the Chicago Red Hots.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountain to the prairie, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Coming up, right-hander Ryan Dempster will make his 32nd start of the year. He looks for his 11th win as the Cubs try to sweep the Astros. We'll have all the action coming up from Wrigley Field. Stay with us.
your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T U-verse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to the ballpark. You see the foreboding skies above, but we're dry at the moment. Cool temperatures, lights on. Wind has kicked up a little bit. Seems to be coming right now out of the southeast as we get set for the final game of this series. Final game of the season series as well. The Cubs clinched a season series victory yesterday. They've won 8 of the first 14. Partner, these have been tight games. The last 6 games between the Cubs and Astros have all been decided by 1 run.
That stands to reason, Len. If you look at the National League stats, the Cubs and the Astros are very close in just about every category. Defense, pitching, ERA, even batting average. The one huge advantage the Cubs have over the Astros is home runs. This Astros ball club, with the exception of El Caballo, Carlos Lee, not much of a home run hitting team, but in every other statistical category, very, very even.
And we don't want to look too far ahead, but the next 2 series will have meaning for the Cubs' opponent. And the Brewers seem to be surging toward a division crown. Giovanni Gallardo last night got the win at Cincinnati, and they're ahead today 7-0 in Cincy. And their magic numbers down to 5.
They're starting to smell it a little bit. Sniffing the barn, to use a horse riding term. They know they're getting close to that finish line and playing some of their best ball of the year right now.
Ryan Dempster is ready to work against this Southwest starting lineup for the Houston Astros. Jason Bourgeois will lead it off in center. Angel Sanchez is going to play second. J.D. Martinez, Carlos Lee, Brian Bogusevic. They've been in there all 3 days. Jimmy Paredes, 3 hits yesterday. He's at third. Clint Barmas, the shortstop. Humberto Quintero, the catcher. And Brett Myers, the pitcher.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Degree. Brian LaHare will be in left field today. Marlon Byrd in center. Tony Campana over in right field. DJ LeMahieu spelling Aramis Ramirez at third base today. It'll be Starlin Castro and Blake DeWitt making up the double play combination today. Carlos Pena back in the lineup at first base. Veteran backup catcher Coy Hill will be wearing the equipment behind home plate today, and he'll be receiving pitches from right-hander Ryan Dempster. See his numbers on the season. Dempster is a full 2 runs better here at home this season, a 3.83 ERA as opposed to 5.83 on the road. His last start here at Wrigley for the season, you know he would like to twirl a gem in front of the home fans today.
Been a tough year for both Dempster and Brett Myers. Bill Welke gets home plate today with Rackley, Nelson, the crew chief, and Foster around the bases. Bill Welke, a Michigan native. Coy Hill will throw down, and we're ready to go.
Got a feeling we may be dodging some raindrops today, Len. It doesn't look like anything too substantive on the radar, but just lots of little dots of green out there. We may get some sprinkles from time to time, or we may get lucky and avoid it altogether.
Would be great. Cubs players later on will be bowling for charity. Kerry Wood's annual charity bowling tournament downtown later this evening.
So then it would be appropriate for Dempster to start the game with a strike.
I agree. Close. He didn't get it, though.
I'll try to pick up the spare here.
Bourgeois dangerous once he gets on base, and He's been hot at the plate lately, 10 for his last 22 as he sends a flare down the right field line. Foul. Bourgeois and Dempster, each respective team's representative for the Roberto Clemente Award. Prestigious community service award as that backed him off the plate. Southeast wind at 8, so right to left, 60 degrees.
Ryan Dempster, our Alexis pursuing perfection starting pitcher, 6-11 lifetime with an ERA of 4.34 in 50 previous games against the Astros. 24 of those starts. 1-0 this season with an ERA just over 4.
And a leadoff walk to Bourgeois. Dempster's trying to beat the Astros for the first time here at Wrigley Field.
We've talked about Jason Bourgeois throughout this series with Michael Bourne going to Atlanta and Hunter Pence going to Philadelphia. Bourgeois, along with Jordan Schaefer, the best source of speed in this Astros lineup. And you figure he's going to want to show it here very quickly.
First and only start of the series for Angel Sanchez. Pitch hit single yesterday to start the 9th inning. Went 0 for 1 on Friday. Very limited time, but Bourgeois in that top 10 in the National League with his 28 stolen bases. Sliders in there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
As you watch Bourgeois take his lead off of first base, he gets a big lead, a base stealer's lead, but then he also takes a very aggressive secondary lead. It's one thing to have good speed, but it's another thing to give yourself every possible advantage as a base runner over there at first, and Bourgeois does that. And you can see those marks in the dirt way out there. That's where he's getting his secondary lead.
And he takes off. Here's a throw by Hill, and it skips into center, and Bourgeois is going to have to remain at second. Aggressive backup by Marlon Byrd.
Pretty good jump by Bourgeois. Not his best jump, but unfortunately the throw from Coy Hill is in the dirt. Blake DeWitt can't knock it down. Castro can't get there quickly enough to back up the play, but fortunately Marlon Byrd came straight in from his center field position to make sure Bourgeois could not advance to third.
Always great to see the youngsters here at the ballpark. Too many more opportunities. 3 home games left after today. Pitch low. Full count. With J.D. Martinez on deck. He's walked the first 2. And this is not a particularly patient offensive club, the Houston Astros.
They're normally very aggressive swingers. We've talked about it throughout the first couple games of this series. A lot of these guys are playing for roster spots next year, possible starting roles with the Astros next season, and they have not been a real patient team here at the tail end of the season, but 2 very patient at bats to start the game today.
They're the only team in baseball with fewer than 400 walks. With the 2 today, they have 374. The second fewest, the Cubs with 401. Strike on J.D. Martinez. Carlos Lee now on deck. Cubs in double play depth around the infield, and the pitch is inside, 1-1. As I was looking at the walk rankings, Bob, I noticed a little quirk. Did you know the Dodgers lead the majors with 60 intentional walks offensively? The Yankees are second to last with 22.
I did not know that.
Go figure. Up the middle, base hit. Bourgeois will come around third and score, and it's 1-0. First three have reached. Already 31 RBIs for Martinez in just his 44th game.
That wasn't hit particularly hard, but hit in a good spot for the Astros. A little jam shot, line drive right back up the middle of the field. And with Jason Bourgeois' speed out there at second base, Dave Clark is not going to hesitate to wave him around for the first run of the game.
Well, remember yesterday, the Astros and the Cubs, for that matter, without a hit with a runner in scoring position. Houston went 0 for 14. But they're 1 for 1 today. Here's Carlos Lee, who had the Astros' first 2-homer game in terms of an individual batter on Friday. They were the last team in baseball to get a 2-homer performance from one of its players.
Career numbers against Ryan Dempster for El Caballo. This is definitely one guy in this Astros lineup you have to be careful with. He proved it in game 1 of this series. He still has tremendous power when he gets pitches he can handle from the middle of the plate in.
Now, just to kind of get back to that Yankee theory, they lead the majors in walks. So they have a lot of base runners as it is. And who are you going to intentionally walk to get to whom?
Right.
Most of their lineup is dangerous. I'm guessing Matt Kemp has a lot of the Dodgers intentional walks. Yeah, he has 24 of them.
Well, and just because of the nature of the lineup in the National League, the number 8 hitter usually gets his share of intentional walks over the course of a season.
Campana coming in, he'll make the catch, and that's the first out. There was some discussion among the coaching staff about the lineup today, whether Laher would be in right with Campana in left or the other way around, and ultimately Mike Quaddy decided to put Campana in right. And he made this look pretty easy, although he ran a long way to make the catch.
I guess you crunch the numbers, you look at the spray charts, you see where the Astros have hit the ball against Ryan Dempster in the past, and whichever guy you want to protect in the corner outfield, you put him in the spot where the ball is hit the least.
Got some info on the Star Wars characters too, in case you're wondering. Bogusevic swings and misses. It's a Star Wars Day, and fans could purchase a Star Wars Day ticket package on Cubs.com for $50. It included a Cubs Use the Force for Good Star Wars t-shirt and a bleacher box ticket in the special Star Wars section. And we see characters from the movie all over the ballpark. $5 from every Star Wars Day package purchased will be donated to Stand Up to Cancer.
I'm glad to hear that. I thought I was seeing things there for a minute.
You were not seeing things. So the Astros, we could say here in the first inning, have taken 2 Ewoks.
Oh.
1-2.
Lenny, you're really going to wear that to the ballpark?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. On to chase.
Bogusevic took a fastball right down the middle of the plate from Kerry Wood for a called strike 3 yesterday. Probably figures he's not going to be as patient today and ends up chasing a pitch way out of the zone from Ryan Dempster.
Big day for Paredes yesterday at 3 singles and a stolen base, 3 for 4. And at 13 points to his batting average in the process, swing and a miss on a fastball.
Paredes came over from the Yankees along with Mark Melancon, their closer, for Lance Berkman on July 31st last year, right at the trade deadline. You watch the swings that Paredes takes and you would think he is more of a power hitter, but in 4 minor league seasons he only hit 13 home runs.
It squeaks away from Pena. Well, I'm surprised Sanchez did not try to score. He held up at third. Bases loaded on an infield hit.
I think Dave Clark wanted to wave him on home, but it looked like Sanchez, as he rounded the bag, didn't really know what was going on the first base side of the field. Dave Clark, the third base coach, came way down the line and was waving him on to home as this ball got off of the glove of Carlos Pena into no man's land on that right side of the infield. See Sanchez looking back over his shoulder. At that point, he didn't realize that Pena had knocked the ball down and hadn't fielded it cleanly, and too late to restart the motor and try to score at that point.
Clint Barmas with the bases loaded. 2 outs. A run in. Barmas 2 for 6 with a homer versus Dempster. Ryan laboring here in the first inning. Fouled back. Cut fan in the front row in the upper deck with a glove and a great catch. Our AT&T UVerse multi-view. 2 hits, 2 walks.
Ryan Dempster could escape with just the lone run scoring here in the first inning. You'd have to call it a successful tap dance out of trouble.
Follow all of today's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. One punched out into shallow center, base hit, knocked down by Bird, but the Astros will get a couple. A bloop 2-run single for Clint Barmas, and it's 3-zip.
Once again, a ball that was not hit particularly hard. Good slider, low and away off the plate. Barmas just barely gets the end of the bat on it, causing that ball to die in front of Marlon Byrd on our Corona Extra pitch tracks. And that's a perfectly executed pitch to lead a guy out of the strike zone. Barmas was just able to get out there with a nice piece of defensive hitting and put it into play.
Dempster had some first inning issues. facing the catcher Quintero. He made the final out yesterday as a pinch hitter as he bounced out to Darwin Barney. Swing and a miss, strike one.
Some stellar defense in the front row of the upper deck on the first base side. Saw a fan with a glove catch one earlier in the inning. That young man just barehanded one.
Well, another try here for Dempster. He's had 4 consecutive batters down 0-2. The last 2 have singled. Runner goes from first, Barmas, and he's going to get the bag without a throw. Second steal of the inning. And a 1-2 tally on Quintero.
For Barmas, only his 3rd stolen base, and now his 113th game this season. We said it before as this series started about this Astros team. They really have absolutely nothing to lose at this point. Brad Mills wants to see what his players are capable of doing as they head into an off season and in spring training next year and try to put this team together.
Foul. Still 1-2. Yesterday, the Astros hit 100 losses for the first time in the franchise's history. It's possible they could be the only 100-loss team this season. The Twins are struggling. They've lost 7 in a row. They're 59-91. I think they need 4 more wins to avoid 100 losses. LeMahieu picks it up and throws to first. A 33-pitch first inning in which the Astros get 3, and the Cubs are coming up against Brett Myers. Trailing 3-0. There's Southwest starting lineup. Some changes today. Castro, as always, at the top at short, but you've got Campana in right, Lahair hitting third in left. Carlos Pena at first. Marlon Byrd has hit his former Phillies teammate well. Blake DeWitt first start in September. He's at second base. LeMahieu at third. Hill back of the plate. Dempster on the mound.
A quick look at the Astros defensively here this afternoon, brought to you by Degree. Martinez, Bourgeois, and Bogasevic across the outfield. Possibly killer bees of the future there. Paredes at third, Barmas at short, Sanchez at second, El Caballo, Carlos Lee over at first base, Humberto Quintero doing the catching today for veteran right-hander Brett Myers. Back-to-back really good starts for Brett Myers. His last 2 times out against the Pittsburgh Pirates went 7 2/3, gave up 4 hits and only 1 run in that game. Followed it up with a stellar performance against the Phillies. Went 8 innings, gave up 6 hits and 1 run in that game.
Seems to be finishing strong. And he has always had the Cubs number as he faces Starlin Castro. First pitch strike. 12-3 in his career against the Cubs with a .229 as a starter. He has a 10-game winning streak. Goes back to 2005. Deep to left, a line shot for Castro. Right in the well area, and it rests on the warning track for a leadoff double. Every time he gets a hit, we've got a lot of good information for you. 31 game on base streak, his 195th hit. And in a moment here, I've got some doubles info for you, too.
Yeah, 34th of the season for Starlin Castro. Picked on a high fastball, roped it. That well area out there went into and out of the vines. Martinez has to chase it down on the track. Cubs with the leadoff man in scoring position.
With that double, Castro now has 65 in his first 2 major league seasons. That's the most for any Cub in his first 2 major league campaigns. Kosuke Fukudome hit 63 doubles in 08 and 09. Campana shows bunt, takes it outside, ball 1. Got on base twice, scored once yesterday, and earned his way back into the lineup today.
There was a time that Brett Myers threw extremely hard and loved to watch that radar gun at the ballpark to see how hard he was throwing, but he's much more under control now with that fastball, consistently 87 to 90. Occasionally will jump up over the 90-mile-per-hour mark, but he's more of a finesse pitcher at this stage of his career than a power pitcher.
His last 3 starts, he's allowed exactly 1 run in each of those outings. Full count, 3-2. He had a long stretch without a win, 14 consecutive winless appearances, including 1 in relief, during which he went 0-7 over 2 months plus. On the ground, and Lee will flip to Myers, who barely beats Campana. Castro held up at first, but Lee never really checked on him, and he was able to get to third. 1 away.
Not quite sure what Starlin was doing out there at second base. A ground ball to the right side of the infield. That's an automatic advance to third. But he kind of froze in his tracks out there at second base. El Caballo had a little trouble getting his feet underneath him, and then it's a foot race between Myers and Campana to get to the bag. In the meantime, Castro does recover and is able to advance on to third base.
Brian LaHare high in the air to right. Bogusevic takes a look back. He's going to have room on the warning track. It'll be a long sac fly for LaHare as Castro's in. It's 3-1.
A little less wind or no wind at all. That's a 2-run bomb. LaHare got every bit of that ball high in the air to right field. Bogusevic right back in the middle of the warning track, able to make the play, but as you look at the flags high above the scoreboard in center, definitely working against that Brian LaHare drive.
Good stuff. As Chris Bowden chatted with Brian LaHare on our pregame coverage, just taking it 1 day at a time. Guys who spend as much time in the minors as Brian LaHare has, they usually have that attitude. They don't look too far down the road.
Yeah, that's a good attitude to have. You know, stay in the moment. Do what you can do right now Because right now is really all you can control. You can't change yesterday. You can't anticipate what's going to happen tomorrow, but you can do something right now with the at-bat you have in front of you.
Two balls and a strike on Carlos Pena. You'll notice Myers and Ryan Dempster pretty wide stance as they work from the windup. You see Myers on the far first base side of the rubber, and his legs pretty far apart as he gets set to work. I mean, that's Ryan Dempster right there, isn't it?
Pretty much. Noticing not as much of a drastic pull shift on Carlos Pena against Brett Myers. Could be because of the way he's going to pitch Pena. Looks like he nodded his head there to his catcher. He wanted to go away.
And Parham is perfectly positioned. Now the Cubs get one of those runs back. 3-1 Houston after one. Net Central presented by AT&T Ubers. Coming up tonight at 6:30, post-game reaction from the Bears and Saints in New Orleans. A report from day 2 of Blackhawks camp as well. Join Mark Shanowski for Sportsnet Central presented by AT&T Ubers. Tonight at 6:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Brett Myers hitting 161 this year, which is above his career average of 134, and he takes ball one outside. Two and 0 on the pitcher with the leadoff man Bourgeois on deck. Starting to rain lightly. Caught the outside corner. Just a few fans heading for cover. See a few umbrellas going up. But it looks like the fans came generally prepared today. Dempster's 2-2. Ground ball right to Blake DeWitt.
Yeah, see if Ryan Dempster can more consistently get into that strike zone here the second time through the Astros order. And no pitcher ever likes to start the ball game with back-to-back base on balls, but unfortunately that's what happened to Demps back in that first inning against Bourgeois and Sanchez.
2 walks and both guys would score. In the drizzle, a 1-0 pitch, a strike. We will do our best as always to keep you up to date on all the other important action around baseball in terms of the races that are still going on. One clincher yesterday is the Phillies knotted up their 5th consecutive NL East title with a 9-2 win over St. Louis for their 98th victory. Two bouncer, Starlin Castro, and the out. A milestone yesterday afternoon. First ballot future Hall of Famer Mariano Rivera tying up Trevor Hoffman with his 601st career save. There's the top 5. Right now the Yankees are trailing at Toronto 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th. So at this point doesn't look like Rivera will have a chance to set a new record today, but I'm sure he will before the season's over.
And I think that's a record that will stand for eternity. I don't think there'll ever be another closer to come along with that kind of longevity, that kind of success, playing for an organization that consistently puts winning teams on the field to give him opportunities to save games. Just don't think we're going to see it happen.
Yankees 4.5 up on Boston, but the Red Sox not worried about the division. They're trying to lock up the wild card. They lost to the Rays yesterday, so they've dropped 2 of the first 3 in that Fenway Park series, and they're down 4-0. Tampa Bay 4, Red Sox nothing in the bottom of the 4th. That would be a 2-game lead for the Red Sox if they don't come back.
Yeah, David Price for the Rays today, Tim Wakefield pitching for the Red Sox.
This is where you start to look a little bit at the remaining schedules. The Red Sox will host Baltimore for a 4-game series starting tomorrow, including 2 games tomorrow. But Baltimore has beaten the Angels, a playoff contender, in back-to-back games. And that goes right through the legs of DJ LeMahieu. It'll be an error to keep the inning alive. So Baltimore for 4, then the Red Sox go to New York for 3, and then at Baltimore for 3. So after today, 7 of their final 10 games will be against the last place team in the AL East, and that's why a lot of people thought the Rays needed to sweep. As we look at the Rays' final schedule, they play the Yankees 7 of their final 10, and the other 3 are against Toronto, and the Blue Jays are a game over 500. So strength of schedule would certainly benefit the Red Sox, and they'll have at least a 2-game lead after today. See Texas up 4.5, and the magic number down to 5. Boy, just devastating losses for the Angels against, as we said, a last place team. One and 1 to Martinez.
Ryan Dempster just cannot get a strike down there at knee level. That's about the 5th pitch already in the first 2 innings of this ball game that he has not gotten a call right at the knees.
Outside 3-1. Now the National League playoff picture. A couple of interesting races. The wild card and the NL West. Giants making a late run. They've won 7 in a row. And the Diamondbacks have lost 3 straight, so they're 5 out. Still not looking good for the Giants. Now they do have 3 more games next weekend in Arizona. They'll have to win out in that series. They play the Pirates. Rather, the Diamondbacks play the Pirates, Giants, and Dodgers all at home to finish the season. Ground ball to Castro. He'll throw to first. And that's the inning. 2 out error, but no runs. We hit the bottom of the second. It's 3-1 Astros. Camp. The 2 starters today, similar starts and finishes, but in the middle it's different.
Myers takes the glove way up over his head. The leg kick is a little different. We know Dempster does that glove wiggle to hide his grip. And Dempster keeps his head right on the target, whereas Myers really throws his head to the first base side right there. He's not even looking toward home plate as he lets that ball go. But yeah, eerily similar setup.
Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Marlon Byrd back in the lineup today, working on a 7-game hitting streak. Tap foul. Now, just to get back to the West for a second, the Giants are in Colorado today. They go to Los Angeles, Arizona, and then they host the Rockies to finish the season. I don't know where you stand on this, but those 2 NL West contenders, they're playing teams within their own division to finish the season. I think ideally that's how it should go. If baseball realigns, and there's been some talk about the Astros possibly going to the American League West, you'd have 15 teams in each league. That'll be fair. Picked up by Paredes, gets rid of it quickly, and a nice catch at the other end by Carlos Lee for the out. Now, you'd have interleague play basically from start to finish. You'd have some team finishing the season in the National League playing an American League opponent. Would you be okay with that?
Well, I mean, I don't want to be in charge of the schedule, but I agree with you. I always like it when you finish within your own division, especially those rare circumstances where you get the #1 team playing the #2 team with something on the line. that final week of the season. I think that is a much preferable arrangement than the alternative, as you said, playing interleague games against an American League team the final week of the season. Of course, it does lend itself well to scoreboard watching, but I think you'd rather settle it on the field between the two teams that are battling.
However, I like the idea of every division and each league having the same amount of teams. We had the commissioner on a few weeks ago, and he said it does bother him that there are 6 teams in one division in one league and only 4 in another. And I would agree with him. Here's a 3-0 to Blake DeWitt, who gets his first start in a while. First time he's been in the lineup since August 29th. We've seen him as a pinch hitter, bothered recently by some hamstring soreness. And that ball's going to die, and it'll be a base hit.
That is a thing of beauty right there. Hitters will tell you they don't get enough of those over the course of the season. Full swing. There's the little dribbler on that left side, and with the wet grass here at Wrigley Field today, that ball stops rather quickly. Paredes with a long way to go just to get to it, and it stops rolling before he can get there.
DJ LeMahieu, his third start at third. He takes it low, ball 1. Still lightly raining. Nothing serious at the moment. Mayhew brought back on September 6th from AAA, second tour with the big league team. 23 games his first time around, hit .243. Combined between AA and AAA, hit .319. 108 minor league contests, 5 homers, 50 knocked in. First player from the Cubs 2009 draft class to make the major leagues. He was a second rounder that year. Fair ball, backhanded. Paredes just slips in that wet grass. Everybody's safe. And they have consecutive infield hits.
Well, you've seen Jimmy Paredes showcase that throwing arm, and he's got a good one, but that time it was his feet that let him down. He got over there into foul territory, tried to plant that right foot, and it just continued to slide out from underneath him right there. Pretty tough to throw from that position.
The Hill Street Blues theme on in the background, courtesy of Gary Pressey. Coy Hill swings and hits it foul.
Good catch. I didn't even realize what that music was.
Gary is coy about it.
Ooh.
Curveball misses outside, 1-1. Has been matched up a fair amount with Ryan Dempster this season. Not really by design, it's just kind of worked out that way. Another ball that's going to be fair, and it'll be an out this time as Carlos Lee applies the tag. Cubs haven't hit a ball out of the infield this inning. 4 consecutive ground balls, 2 for hits.
Great seats, including bleachers, are still available for this Tuesday when the Cubs host the Brewers right here at Wrigley Field. Game time is 7:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs floppy hat, compliments of Fisher Nuts. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or visiting Cubs.com. For freshness you can see, think Fisher. Buy Fisher Nuts at your local Jewel.
Outside corner strike on a fastball to Dempster. Second and third, 2 outs. Late swing, foul tip, strike 2. He bounces to Barmas. Going to first in plenty of time. 2 infield singles, no runs. Off to the third, 3-1 Houston. Thomas, bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. Lee, Bogusevic, and Paredes for the Astros here in the third inning.
The 27th annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale in early November. As always, for more information, visit Cubs.com.
Send our big 6 birthday wishes to Bailey Abbott of Oswego, Illinois. Big Cub fan. Mom, Dad, little brother Lane want to wish her a big happy 6th birthday.
So happy anniversary wishes to Fred and Colleen. I believe it's Humeni. They're celebrating their anniversary today.
Carlos Lee from Agua Dulce, Panama. 3-time All-Star. He's won 2 Silver Slugger awards. And struggled the last couple of years offensively, but he's been in a really good stretch here lately, as evidenced by the 2-homer game on Friday.
62nd start of the season for the Astros at first base, and he's showing to be a better than average defensive first baseman. We saw that stretch into foul territory earlier in the ball game. He usually catches everything that comes his direction. Of course, the fans in the left field bleachers here at Wrigley will miss seeing El Caballo out there in left field.
He's always had fun with them. Pretty good natured about it. Tony Campana makes the catch. If Lee continues to flourish here over the final 10 days or so, his rate stats will be somewhat close to his career numbers, but his power numbers really went down last year, and for the better part of this year down as well. Star Wars Day here at the ballpark. Bunted foul. I think Bogusevic watched a couple of Cubs get on with ground balls on the infield and thought he would try to do the same thing. Yeah, if you missed our open.
Yeah.
Looks like we're frowning. Sharply hit, and that'll get past Castro. Good effort. And Mark Stencil from our production crew. Always looking at ways to embarrass us. We appreciate it.
We don't usually need much help.
No. Paredes 1 for 1. On the bounce, backhanded by DeWitt, but they can only get one. Still nicely done to get that lead man at second base.
Well, a play like that, Lynn, that's all you're really concerned with. Just make sure you get the out at second base. If Paredes happen to stumble out of the batter's box, or you have an opportunity to turn two, that's just the cherry on top of the sundae. You just want to make sure and get one out on what appeared to be a base hit into center field. Nice play by Blake DeWitt to cut that one off.
Barmas knocked in a pair with a single in the first inning. A blooper into center. He then stole second. Campana racing over near the line. And he has it in foul territory to end the inning. A hit, no runs. Bottom three coming up. Houston 3, Cubs 1. Trivia. Can you name the last 4 Cub players to have a 200 hit campaign. Starlin Castro is just 5 hits away after a leadoff double in the first. Castro will lead off the bottom of the third. He would score on a sac fly by Brian LaHare. Brett Myers just 5-13 this season, but he's 2-0 against the Cubs. Trying to win his 11th in a row as a starter versus the Northsiders. Last major league pitcher to start 12 or more consecutive games against the Cubs without losing was Randy Johnson. Over a 10-year stretch, 14 starts. A 12 start stretch without a loss for Myers, including 10 wins. Every once in a while we pull up big units numbers against the Cubs. It's ridiculous.
Well, it wasn't only the Cubs. He had pretty good numbers against just about everybody. I think the Cardinals were probably the team that gave Randy Johnson the most problem, at least in the National League.
Let's see. Against the Cubs, he was 13-0 with a 1.91. St. Louis, you say, 7-7 with a 4.17. Yeah. (11-3) against the Phillies, 13-4 against the Indians, 16-5 versus the Padres and Rangers, 12-4 against the White Sox, 19-8 against the Rockies. And you say he beat up on a lot of teams. Castro strikes out. That's the first one today for Myers. Just a handful of teams, actually 3 teams against which he had a losing record. 6-7 against the Mets, 6-8 versus the Yankees, 3-5 versus Tampa. That was it.
Little fake bunt and slice that time from Tony Campana. Paredes is already way drawn in at third base. Tried to bring him in an extra step or two and then slapped the ball past him. Unfortunately fouled it away.
One and two.
Now we're seeing Myers go more to his breaking stuff here. Second time through the Cubs order. We showed you at the top of the show. He throws both a curve and a slider. Doesn't use his changeup an awful lot, but he'll incorporate those pitches. There's a nasty hook.
Back-to-back strikeouts. 2 away. There's Brian LaHare, 970 career minor league games, covering 9 seasons. This is his 58 at the major league level.
One of those rare straight change ups after falling behind in the count with a first pitch curveball. You would assume Brett Myers thinks LaHare's looking for that fastball on the 1-0 pitch, so you throw something that looks like a fastball but is about 7 to 8 miles per hour slower than your fastball.
There's another one.
Doubles up on the change up.
1 and 2.
And when you hit a fastball as far and as hard as Brian LaHare did his first time up for a sac fly to right field, try playing B next at bat. Curveball.
Lee diving stop. Myers there in plenty of time. El Caballo picks it at first base. Rain coming down. The Birds in the area. Astros lead 3-1. KFC, feet 4 or more with a KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20. Last 4 Cubs to get 200 hits in a season. Our AT&T trivia question. I know Juan Pierre's on that list. I think Ryan Sandberg, Bill Buckner, and Billy Williams. Going back to 1970. See, Billy did it a couple of times in the mid-60s as well. Quintero batting 8th today will start the Astros 4th. We often poke fun at his back right pocket. Castro to first. Ryan Dempster is looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. This would be a good time to start. With the pitcher coming up, and then Bourgeois. So the Orioles beating the Angels in the first 2 games of that series, but not today. 8-1 Angels behind Jared Weaver as they play the top of the 6th. The Orioles with 4 straight wins against playoff contenders. 2 against the Rays, and last 2 versus LA. Bird the catch, 2 quick outs.
The Bud Light Bleacher Series provides fans with exciting special promotions in the Bud Light Bleachers, including free T-shirt Mondays, $3 12-ounce draft Bud and Bud Light Tuesday, and $1 Vienna Beef Hot Dog Wednesdays. Tuesday special is also available in select locations in the seating bowl. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
The top offensive performance of the early afternoon, Eric Ibar, the shortstop and leadoff man for the Angels. 2 homers and a double. He's 3 for 3 with a walk, 4 runs, 3 knocked in, and 10 total bases. Slider outside on Bourgeois. 2-1. Big game in Atlanta for the Braves. They're tied with the Mets 4-4 in the bottom of the 5th. Blake DeWitt throws him out. A 7-pitch 1-2-3-4 for Ryan Dempster. Still 3-1 Houston. It's like down to a science. Tarp off. All the excess water through those drains out in shallow left. And then start working on the infield. That's, by the way, that was real motion. That was not fast motion. That's how fast they work. Real speed.
You're absolutely right, though, Len. They have it down to a science here at Wrigley. Of course, they've had more practice than most major league grounds crews, dealing with the rain and inclement weather we have, especially early and late in the season. We've seen some just disasters from grounds crews that aren't used to the rain, to the precipitation. Trying to figure out a way to get that tarp on the field in the high winds. Guys are blown away, get caught underneath the tarp from time to time.
Bill Welke got something in his eye on that ground ball foul by Pena. It's Al Porter, right, the other day, who had some debris in his eye.
Watching Myers shake off his catcher, he really is going to start throwing more off-speed pitches. He's throwing change-ups in fastball counts. He's mixed in a lot more curveballs. There's another change-up there that just faded off the outside corner of the plate. It just looked like he wanted to establish his fastball early in the game, make sure all the Cubs hitters got to see his fastball early, and now going to his secondary pitches the second time through the lineup.
Change up low. 3-1.
Well, and we talk a lot about the advanced scouting and videotape work that hitters do on pitchers and vice versa. And I'll tell you, sometimes you have to change your plan of attack. You know, if you face a team and you've used a lot of fastballs first pitch, maybe the next time out, because that team has that report that you used a lot of fastballs to jump ahead, strike one, maybe the next time out, because they've read the scouting report, you mix it up a little, throw a few first pitch changeups, a couple of first pitch curveballs. If you start the game throwing a lot of fastballs and then switch to your off-speed pitches the second and third time through the lineup, maybe next time out you reverse that process. Throw a lot of off-speed pitches early, throw more fastballs late.
Curveball has baffled Cub hitters in the past and has on occasion here today.
It's, you know, what old timers would call a drop ball, that 12-6 curve. All the movement is straight down. Real pure over the top spin on that baseball. Very little lateral movement at all. Just watch the arc on this pitch. Straight down.
Toward the hole, Barmes slings it to Lee. Safe. His foot came off the bag. A nice defensive play at both ends, but Carlos Lee just could not keep his foot on the bag, and Marlon Byrd has an 8-game hitting streak.
And I can't believe how quickly Barmes got rid of that ball, running into the hole between third and short, and that ball is barely in his glove for an instant. Whips it across the diamond. More accurate throw, and they probably get Marlon Byrd at first base, but El Caballo had to stretch way out to the right field side there, and foot came right off the bag. And Marlon very nearly stepped on his right hand as he crossed the bag down there at first.
Do it with about a 35-foot single. Top down the third base line, his first time up. Ball one. Well, Myers wanted that pitch. Sometimes a curveball can be a little tricky in that it's the hardest pitch to get called strikes, because it moves more than any pitch in the pitcher's repertoire. And then you have that debate. Well, it's not where the catcher catches it, it's where it crosses the plate. It's sometimes not as easy to decipher as it seems.
Especially on a breaking pitch, and we've shown you that curveball and how sharply it breaks straight down to the ground. A lot of times the catcher, in today's case Humberto Quintero, you kind of push that ball further down out of the strike zone as you receive it. Makes it look even worse than it really is. We talk a lot about guys who are good receivers behind home plate. Maybe they don't throw so well, maybe they don't hit so well, but their value to the ball club is they make borderline pitches look like strikes to the umpire. And that's usually something that comes with more experience. You get more accustomed to your own pitching staff and the movement on their pitches.
They'll have to tag him, and they do. 3-6. Carlos Lee's had a good afternoon. Helps his pitcher get out of the fourth inning unscathed. Astros 3, Cubs 1.
Three, if you're the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway.
Very light rain at the moment. Not dampening anybody's spirit, however. As we sit here at beautiful Wrigley Field, Cubs are down 3-1.
Getting a little of that moisture absorbent mixture. Different parts of the diamond out on the mound, the areas where the runners are a little busier, certainly around first base. A lot of traffic there over the course of a ball game. Not hard to figure out where they've dumped that diamond dry. Looking down at the field from our vantage point, you can see the areas of the field that are a little damp, bright red, and then the areas that have been covered with the diamond dry a lot lighter.
Angel Sanchez shows bunt and takes a pitch low and outside. Sliders in there for a strike.
Hey, Len, Jack Stalker wants to send 17th birthday wishes out to his granddaughter Danielle Risky here at the ballpark celebrating today.
Dempster's 2-1 offering is rainbowed out to right where Tony Campana will put two hands on it. 6 in a row retired by Dempster. All 3 Astros runs came in the first inning.
Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are taking a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at the Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Chicago Cub players, including Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn about this exclusive trip.
One to Martinez. Wind is kicked up just a little bit, still blowing from right to left. Good slider. 1-2. Dempster's 34, 6'2", 215. Gibson's British Columbia, Canada native. Deep drive out into right center. Campana gets to the track and makes a grab.
I'll tell you, those fast outfielders take gaps away in a hurry. That ball looked like it was going to split Marlon Byrd and Tony Campana for extra bases, and Tony closed ground quickly. Not only did he get to it, he was able to square up facing the infield as he made the catch on the warning track.
Lee has flied to right both times. Lined into right center.
Go to school on that line drive. I don't know if you noticed, Len, that ball kind of hydroplaned as it skipped to Tony Campana. The infield was covered all morning. It has only taken on the rain that we've seen since the game has started, but that outfield has been rained on pretty much off and on all day. That ball really accelerated as it skipped off the wet grass. Tony right in front of it, able to knock it down, hold Carlos Lee to a single.
Brian Bogusevic. He drives this one to deep center, and Marlon Byrd can't get it. Plays the carom off the wall. Lee's going to have to stop at third, and the throw misses a cutoff man, but he had already hit the brakes. Bird played the carom well, but the throw got past the initial cutoff man. Unfortunately, Dave Clark had already held Carlos Lee. Well, they've hit the ball really hard this inning.
Yeah, Brian Bogusevic, rather, after a rather awkward looking at bat to start the ball game, has crushed a couple. You see El Caballo rounding second, heading for third. The ball, as you mentioned, briefly got away from the cutoff man out in the middle of the diamond, but Carlos Pena right there to back it up. No chance for Carlos Lee to sneak on down that line at third.
It's their second 2-out hit in which a runner had to be held at third. And a strike on Paredes. Another early lead for the Giants, 2-0 at Colorado. They look for their 8th straight win. They're hoping it's not too late to catch the Diamondbacks. Matt Cain against Esmail Rogers. Mike Fontenot with a first inning 2-run homer. So Andres Torres got on. He walked to start the game, and then Fontenot with the home run.
Louisiana Lightning.
Ronnie used to call him Little Babe Ruth. Another ball hit well, but Campana will make the catch. Paredes lines out. They strand a couple in scoring position. Halfway home today, 3-1 Astros. Everybody bundled up today, cool, a little damp. And you find ways to stay dry.
That's right. At least one person did not come prepared, but he makes an adjustment mid-game. We love adjustments.
Brett Myers has dominated the Cubs throughout his career, and he has a 3-1 lead here in the 5th. Well, hello there. Very colorful signs. I like it. Bourgeois in right center, retiring LeMahieu. Missed. on Coy Hill. Chris Carpenter, Cole Hamels in the night game tonight. Phillies have already clinched their division. Cardinals kind of in must-win territory at this point.
Charlie Manuel will now have the luxury over the next week of resting some of his regular players, maybe that have been playing with day-to-day injuries. Give him a little bit of time off to try to get ready for the postseason. It's a week to kind of fine-tune his pitching rotation, get it lined up exactly the way he wants to go into the postseason.
Looks like Milwaukee will head to Wrigley Field surging. They lead 8-1 at Cincy in the bottom of the ninth, looking for the sweep. Coy Hill powders one to deep right. Bogusevic on the move with the catch. 2 down.
Well, we've seen a number of hard hit balls to right center today, just not going anywhere. One of the harder hit balls we've seen off the bat of Coy Hill for a while, but Bogusevic able to track it down on the warning track.
Hart, Gomez, and Fielder have homered for Milwaukee today. Number 25 for Corey Hart. Gomez with his 7th. Fielder with his 34th. Ryan Braun's 3 for 4. Well, if you had to pick an MVP, Braun or Fielder, that would not be an easy choice. I might take Ryan Braun, though. 31 homers, 31 steals, batting average at .336, slugging just under .600. A multi-dimensional player, Ryan Braun. We'll see him tomorrow night. Dempster grounds out, and a quick 1-2-3 for Myers, who leads 3-1. Coors Light Cubs post-game live. Cap and Holly break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Well, for better or worse, this game is official now as we get into the 6th inning. It has been lightly raining for some time, and at this point we don't seem to be anywhere close to any sort of delay. It wouldn't be a bad idea for the Cubs to score a few runs here soon.
No kid. The determining factor for the crew chief as this game moves forward. We've talked about it many times. Jeff Nelson, who is the crew chief here, will keep an eye on the pitchers on the mound and make sure their footing is good. Make sure the batters are able to firmly plant their feet in that batter's box and get out of the box and run down that first baseline without slipping and sliding and stumbling and falling. But especially the pitcher on the mound, because obviously if you've got a guy sliding around out there and his release point changes, it can become very, very dangerous.
Yanked foul. We mentioned Kerry Wood's big event coming up tonight, and Ryan Dempster with another big event coming up to benefit the Dempster Family Foundation. Palm Restaurant Chicago will strike out 22Q. Ryan and friends will be there for an evening at the Palm fundraiser Thursday, November 3rd. DeWitt retires Barmas. Go to DempsterFamilyFoundation.org for tickets and more information. One away here in the 6th. One on the way. Now 1-2.
Third at bat in the ball game for Quintero. He's grounded out to third, grounded out to short. He's really had some issues identifying that Ryan Dempster slider. Throw him a high fastball here. Try to get him to chase. He's taking some very funny looking defensive swings at sliders.
Rollover ground balls backhanded by Castro. Mariano Rivera will lead Toronto still tied with Trevor Hoffman for the all-time saves record. Rivera did not pitch today in the Yankees 3-0 loss. Brandon Morrow beat Freddie Garcia. One just went final. Adam Lind hit 2 home runs. Brett Myers is from Jacksonville, Florida. He was an amateur boxer when he was a kid.
Now those are the kind of things you like to know just in case bench is clear at some point during the game. You read a player's bio and it says in his off time he likes to participate in mixed martial arts. Probably not a good idea to challenge him if the bench is clear.
You remember when Kyle Farnsworth got tangled up with Paul Wilson?
Oh, yeah.
Wilson bit off a little more than he could chew. It's 3-1 Houston in the 6th. can. Visit Cubs.com. Click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. Front row seats will be auctioned off to every game all season long. Don't miss your chance. Go to Cubs.com. Check out the CBOE Front Row Seats auction today. All the runs to this point were scored in the opening inning. 3 for the Astros, 1 for the Cubs. Well, their nemesis has been that guy, Brett Myers, who started his dominance over the Cubs early on in his major league debut. 8 innings, 1 run, a 4-2 win back on July 24th, 2002 here at Wrigley.
Yeah, the 1 run was a solo homer.
Astros haven't pitched well this year, but they have lately. Over their last 5 games going into today, a collective 1.94 ERA.
You mentioned it a little while ago, Len, with the rain continuing to fall here this afternoon and figures to fall throughout the rest of the afternoon. Cubs got to find a way to back in this game quickly.
Ground ball, and Sanchez had to leave his feet, but lots of time playing second base to get that out. Some of the defensive plays today are all going to be pretty. Just trying to get in front of the ball. Saw Paredes slip at third on an infield hit as he got to the grass in foul territory.
Well, everything changes under these conditions. Your footing is not nearly what it would be under ideal conditions. The ball is going to react differently when it hits the wet infield grass. Then it's going to react differently once again when it hits the slow, wet infield dirt.
Lee will just stand in front of Campana. And if you want first, you got to run through me.
Yeah, that's quite a roadblock. Uncle. I mean, until Tony Campana gave himself up there, though, Carlos Lee was handling that play the proper way. Had his bare hand on the ball inside the glove, just in case Tony did try to run past him or knock the ball out of his mitt.
Brian LaHare wraps it in the left.
It's the same thing you teach catchers on tag plays at home plate. Secure that ball in your right hand and then protect it with your glove. Once Tony gives up, he can just reach out and tag him with the glove with the ball in it. But in anticipation of a possible collision, you want to secure that ball as best you can.
Well, depending on the Astros' needs next year or what they have, and J.D. Martinez has been playing a lot of left. Carlos Lee's proven he can certainly handle himself at first base. Key for him is that he keeps hitting. And you would certainly expect him to be an Astro next year. He is signed through 2012 on a 6-year contract. It'll be the final year of that deal.
I tell you, Len, I've been impressed with El Caballo down there at first base. You know, he's a big guy. Isn't exactly light on his feet running the bases or running in the outfield, but very good quick first step getting to some ground balls. There's another one there. Stays with it, throws on to Myers for the out. Ooh.
So they get Pena, and the inning is over. Carlos Lee has done it with his glove today. 3-1 Houston.
Rough first inning for Ryan Dempster. It took 33 pitches to finally get 3 outs, but the damaging blow, most damaging blow, Clint Barmas with a little blooper into shallow right center field to drive in a couple. The 3 runs the Astros scored came in that first inning.
He'll face the top of the Houston order. Keeping that seat dry. Pat and Keith will conduct the 7th inning stretch from the home radio booth. Are they interviewing each other right now? The question. And a called strike to Bourgeois. 0 for 2 with a walk, a steal, and a run. He was the spark plug in the first inning. Got on and scored on the Martinez single. This will get out of play. 0-2. Both starting pitchers still in there. Dempster and Myers, each having disappointing seasons. But other than that first inning, Ryan Dempster's been really good today, and Myers has been even better. In that Rays-Red Sox game, David Price had to leave after 4 innings with a bruised upper right chest. Got hit by a line drive in the 3rd inning. And did stay for 1 more. It's 6-2 Tampa Bay in the 7th. It is a final Milwaukee 8, Reds 1 in Cincinnati. Zach Greinke over Matt Maloney. Infield pop. And that's Blake DeWitt. It's the 90th win for the Brewers, and right now their magic number's down to 4. I have a feeling there will be a few Brewer fans in the seats this week, and they'll have a very good chance to clinch, because it's not only Brewer wins, it's Cardinal losses. Very realistic that the Brewers could get that magic number down to 1 with a chance to clinch a division here at Wrigley Field. Cubs hope that's not the case.
Brewers fans probably have as close an eye on that National League West race to see who is going to play Philadelphia in the first round and who's going to play Atlanta should they hold on in that wild card. It's basically between Milwaukee and Arizona. Whichever team has the best record will draw the Braves in the first round.
LeMahieu throws out Sanchez. Well, remember how bad the Brewers were on the road to start the year? They're now within 2 games of 500. 38-40 on the road and 52-23 at home. Lined in the left, Martinez with his second hit. The other thing, Bob, is Carlos Lee looks a little re-energized playing first base. Well, you get a lot more action playing there than you do in left.
Yeah, you have to really keep your head in the game at first base. Out there in left field, you can look at your shadow in the grass and work on your swing and
talk to the fans.
Talk to the bullpen. A lot more responsibilities when you're on that infield, especially at first base. He always looks energized when he's playing against the Cubs. I mean, we talked to the Astros broadcasters and some other people close to the organization that say he's not always so engaged with the game. But boy, when he comes here to Wrigley or the Cubs go down to Minute Maid Park, he seems to be at his best. We've talked a lot about the Astros and their rebuilding program they're going through here at the end of the 2011 season. Figures to carry right over into 2012 as well. Brett Wallace, a guy that you assumed figured into their first base plans, but if El Caballo ends up playing a lot of first base, Brett Wallace may have to move across the diamond to his old position, third base. Jimmy Paredes will have something to say about that. A lot of players for different positions, and they're going to give them every opportunity to show what they can do down the stretch here in 2011 on into spring training next year. And I'm sure that Brad Mills and his staff are going to make guys earn their jobs.
Lee pops it up. And it's Carlos Pena. Stretch time with Pat Hughes and Keith Moreland.
For Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Cubs radio broadcasters Pat Hughes and Keith Moreland.
All right.
Myers against Bird here in the bottom of the 7th. Cubs trail 3-1. Nice job by Pat and Keith. A little two-part harmony. Curveball missed.
It was definitely 2 parts. I'm not so sure about the harmony part. It's all right. Like we always say, singing with enthusiasm. They can forgive the fact that you're not a professional singer, but do it with some enthusiasm.
Tying run will come to the plate as Bird has his 2nd hit off Brett Myers today. A little later, get a complete recap of the Bears and Saints matchup on Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute. Postgame press conferences, player interviews, and a full breakdown of the action only on Bears Postgame Live, immediately following the Cubs postgame show on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Bears dropped a 30-13 decision today to Drew Brees and company. The Braves with a 7th inning run now with a 5-4 lead over the Mets in the 8th in Atlanta. Alex Gonzalez with a 4th inning home run, his 14th. They will get 1 as Sanchez gets it to Barmes in time to force Marlon Byrd.
Sanchez ranging far to his left. He saw Marlon Byrd run past him. An internal scratch in his head told him he had time to wheel around and get the lead runner at second base. Would have been very easy just to flip that ball on to Carlos Lee at first for the sure out, but by getting the lead man, the double play still in order here.
Mets just tied it. The run in the 8th, 5-5. Bourgeois gliding and catching. LeMahieu's out.
That hasn't happened to the Braves often this year. A lead in the 8th inning, that's usually Venter's territory, leading to Craig Kimbrell to close.
And Venters has walked 3 in that inning.
Wow.
15 balls, 7 strikes so far for Johnny Venters. And a 5-5 tie, and the bases are loaded. Tend to forget those guys are human. Doesn't always seem that way. Washington beat Florida 4-3. Chien-Ming Wong over Brad Hand. Both those managers might not come back. Jack McKeon and Davey Johnson. So you could have at least 2 openings in the National League East. Myers starting to look a little waterlogged. It has not affected his pitching today. 2-2 to Hill.
Well, some of it external and some of it internal. Probably making a pretty good sweat out there on the mound today, and then the rain steadily falling on his shoulders and back as he's out there on the mound.
It is raining a little harder now. 2-2 on the Cubs catcher. The pitch. That's it. Got him on the breaking ball to end the inning. Still 3-1 through 7 in the rain.
To visit the friendly confines. The Wrigley Field Tour schedule has recently been extended to include more dates in September and October. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and even a chance to step on the field. For the entire fall schedule or to purchase tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Southpaw James Russell in to face Brian Bogusevic. Quality start for Ryan Dempster. The first inning was the damaging one. He gave up all 3 runs in that first. 7 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 110 pitches for Dempster. They're stuck on a team leading 10 wins. Best he can hope for now is a no decision. Jeff Samardzija is up in the bullpen. You've got Bogusevic, switch hitting Jimmy Paredes, and then Clint Barmas.
Well, Russell will probably get the first 2 hitters. Paredes a much better hitter from the left side of the plate, so you would prefer him to hit right-handed, which would mean James Russell would probably stay in the game to face him. And then we'll see how it plays after that.
Also faced 2 batters yesterday. A hit and a strikeout. Off the end of the bat and way out of play. Paid crowd 36,250. Of course, with the weather conditions, a few of those have headed for cover. Now they're foul.
Send birthday wishes to Corey from Mom and Dad. Now, I assume you know who you are, Corey.
I would assume most Coreys have mom and dad, but yeah, so not all of them have a birthday today.
Right. The Hoos family, HOOS. 4 generations of the Hoos family here at today's game.
Whose family is it?
The Hoos.
Campana to catch.
Also have the What family and the I Don't Know family here today. Congratulations to newlyweds Laura and Aaron Nuff of Valparaiso, Indiana. And also a happy 90th birthday to lifelong Cubs fan Florence Hilligons. I believe it's Hilligons, yes. Wanted to be here at the ball game today, but because of the inclement weather, she decided to stay home and watch us on TV. So hope you're having a great day, Florence.
You see the weather dripping off the bill of that helmet. 1 ball, 1 strike on Paredes.
One last greeting here. Justin Cole wants to send a shout out to his family and friends back in Waterloo, Iowa, but more importantly, he wants to tell his grandma he loves her. He has her here at the ball game with him today.
We want to tell all the fans who come out to the park on a wet day, be careful. There was a ball that rattled around in the walkway behind the first section downstairs, and he kind of slipped going after the ball. It looks like he's all right. Still 2-2.
Taking a little inventory there.
Scraped up. Another foul. It's about 10 foul balls in this inning.
The broom does no good anymore at home plate. Bill Welke is just taking to clean off the plate as mud splashes out over the dish. Batters run out of the batter's box and step on home plate on their way down to first baseline. Can't even sweep it off anymore.
Getting Coy Hill's head right now. Guy keeps fouling off, fouling off, fouling off, fouling off. Does that tell you should keep going with what you're doing, or do you have to change? Not putting it in play, but he's still hanging in.
I think it's more on James Russell at this point to either try to add a little more to your fastball or take a little bit more off of your breaking ball. When a guy seems to be on everything you throw up there and just keeps fouling him off the way Paredes has this at bat, do something a little different. There you go.
Good call.
Take a look at our Corona Extra pitch tracks. They're scattered all around the strike zone and the inside part of the plate. Finally, pitch number 11, an 89-mile-an-hour fastball elevated out of the strike zone to get the swing and a miss.
Seven foul balls in that at bat alone. 1-0 on Barmes. And a base hit into center. His second. Mike Quaddy coming out. Going to go to the home plate umpire Bill Welke first, which means a double switch. Pitcher spot due up first in the bottom of the 8th. Jeff Samardzija, we know, will be the pitcher.
Usually you go back to the position player who made the last out in the previous inning, but since that's Coy Hill today, and if you bring in Giovanni Soto, you have no backup catcher at that point, so Quaddy's going to have to dip a little further back into the lineup. DJ LeMahieu, the number 7 hitter. You go all the way back to Blake DeWitt, the 8 hitter, or rather the 6 hitter.
So we'll sort it out. It's the Verizon call to the pen. We'll be back. See, Verizon called to the pin.
Samardzija making his 72nd appearance of the season. That low opponent's batting average under 200 at 196. Blake DeWitt will move from second base to third base. And Darwin Barney now into the game to play second base. Will bat in the 9 spot in the lineup and will lead off in the bottom half of this 8th inning.
Barmes at first, and Quintero takes a slider for ball 1. Fastball that time. 1-1. Jeff heartened by Notre Dame's win over Michigan State yesterday. Irish with their first win of the season. Barmes was running and Quintero fouled it off. Notre Dame scheduled next year, October 6th, 2012, to play Miami at Soldier Field. They had Wisconsin and Northern Illinois in front of over 40,000 at Soldier Field yesterday. Still 1-2. Boy, if you stuck around here in the late innings, even in the rain, you had a pretty good shot at a foul ball.
Now, the Astros haven't done much right this year, but they have distributed a lot of souvenirs. A lot of talk swirling around Jeff Samardzija and his role on this team, looking into next year and after that. I think probably, Len, for the first time in his career, he is probably well equipped to take a run at that starting rotation if that's the direction the Cubs decide to go.
Runner was going, so Castro will have to throw to first. Trouble getting a grip on that ball as it's very wet in the rain here. We go to the bottom of the 8th. That's what Bob's having for dinner tonight. 3-1 Houston. Getting ready for the 8th inning with some help from the grounds crew. They've been out just about every half inning trying to keep this field in playable condition. I just want to follow up as the Cubs will bat here in the bottom of the 8th. We don't know how it's going to play out. You mentioned Samardzija maybe getting a shot at the rotation again. This is just my opinion. I wonder two things. One, does he throw enough strikes to make you feel comfortable that he can go out and give you 6 or 7 innings every 5 days? Two, he's been really good in this role. You kind of feel like, man, do we want to mess with it? I think the more intriguing question is, would the Cubs consider Sean Marshall as a starter? He's got 4 good pitches. I know he didn't have success a few years ago, but the Cubs don't have a left-handed starter, and James Russell maybe could take over Marshall's spot as the #1 lefty. So those are a couple of interesting questions.
And probably not the kind of questions that'll be easily answered in the offseason. Those are the kind of things that maybe you map out a throwing program as Darwin Barney lines one past Bogasevic.
And he'll be on his way to second as Bourgeois sliding to make the play, and Barney's going to take that extra base. He's at third. Well, I think the weather conditions certainly played a factor on that play. Bogasevic fanned on it, and then Bourgeois had to leave his feet to knock it down. It is an error on Bogasevic.
Yeah, possibly the lights too, Len. That's one of those humpback line drives that never really got up above the stadium lights. It looked like Bogasevic never really had a good beat on that ball. You see him backing away with his upper body and just fanned on it completely. I think he may have lost that one in the lights right there. And good heads-up base running by Darwin Barney when he saw Bourgeois come over from center field and go sliding onto that warning track. He just turned the corner at second and kept going.
Infield back, except for Paredes Lee in a couple steps at first, but they'll allow Barney to score to get this first out. One 1-0 on Starlin Castro. Honestly, I think we're getting close to the edge in terms of Jeff Nelson calling for the tarp. You're starting to see some shiny spots on the infield dirt and on the warning tracks, which means the water's starting to settle in a little bit. 3-0. Wilton Lopez and Wesley Wright are up in the bullpen. Ball 4. For Brett Myers, that's his first walk. And we're going to see Aramis Ramirez for Tony Campana. That's a little side benefit of playing all the kids. So you got a stronger bench.
Baseball is not a game where you can choose your hitter in a key situation. Hey, go up there and drive in some runs for us. You know, it just depends on how the lineup rolls around. But when you have weapons available off the bench, you can pick the hitter that you want up in a key situation.
You would not expect Aramis to come off the bench, which he rarely does, and take a lot of pitches.
No.
He's going to be aggressive.
Lifetime against Brett Myers. Aramis is 11 for 46 with a couple of home runs. That's a .239 batting average. This is only his third pinch hit appearance of the season. He 1 for 2 going into this at bat with a run driven in the pinch.
An error and a walk to start the bottom of the 8th. Tying runs are on. Just on a borderline pitch, 3-1. Ramirez really slipped on that swing.
They got a little bit of a hanger that time, a slider that stayed up over the outer third of the plate, had a real good rip at it.
The 3-2 on the way. Hit foul. Upper deck right side.
Boy, everything away, 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 away. Brett Myers, the veteran, he understands in these situations, if Aramis Ramirez is going to get a big base hit, it's going to have to be to the opposite field. He's shown him one pitch on the inside part. That was the fastball up and in that stood up Aramis, and then everything else has been down low and away.
There's just up over 100 pitches. Runner going and a fly ball to right. Bogusevic back on the warning track, and he makes a catch in the vines. Castro has to retreat to first. It'll be a sacrifice fly for Ramirez. It's now 3-2, and Bogusevic, who whiffed on a line drive to set up this inning, just made a heck of a catch in the rain and with the slippery warning track in deep right.
I mean, one of the toughest areas of this ballpark to defend, that well area in right field. Ramirez hit the living daylights out of that pitch to right field. Bogusevic going straight back into that well area. That's about as nice a play as you can make under the circumstances, and in that particular area. Stays right on it, able to make the catch as he crashes into the vines.
Brad Mills out to the mound, is not yet made the call to the pen. Usually in this spot, if a starting pitcher like Myers could possibly lose the game, he gets taken out here in the 8th, but that hasn't happened yet. A little more work by the grounds crew. It's Roger Baird, the head groundskeeper. Like we said, Bob, I think they're going to be out there every half inning to keep working on this dirt. Called strike on a curveball to Brian LaHare.
LaHare spanked a fastball into left field back in the 7th inning for a base hit, and this time around Brett Myers hasn't shown him anything straight yet.
Last 6 meetings between these two teams have been one-run games, so not a huge shock that we're in another nail biter. For ball 2. Pena on deck. Bounce to Lee. It is foul. Foul ball. Fortunate for the Cubs.
It looked like a good call. Looked like Carlos Lee had his glove in foul territory when he got this one-hop grounder. Definitely in foul territory. Fortunately for the Cubs, because he was standing right on first base as he fielded it, that was going to be an easy double play.
Swing and a miss on the curve. 2 outs.
Steady diet of off-speed pitches on our Corona Extra pitch tracks. Curveballs and straight changeups the entire at bat that time to Brian LaHare, the best curveball, the last one.
Borderline strike.
I'd like to see Carlos take one of those pitches away from him and drive it to left field. Saw it throughout the Aramis Ramirez at bat. Guys that have the possibility of hitting the ball out of the ballpark are just not going to get anything good to see from the middle of the plate in from Brett Myers right now. You're going to have to beat him to the other field unless he happens to make a mistake.
A break there. Well, that pitch looked like it was right in the heart of the zone.
Fooled everybody. Corona Extra pitch tracks. Curveball drops right in there at the top of the zone, but runs the count to 1-1. Another curveball.
That was a much better one from Myers. 1-2. Mark Melancon, the closer's now up and throwing in the visitors' bullpen. Carlos Marmol has been cranking it up in the Cubs' pen. Lester Strode with a towel, trying to keep as much stuff out there dry as possible. But it's not easy. A steady rain here over the last couple of hours. You hear the horse racing term mutter. I think everybody's going to have to be a mutter here the last couple of innings.
When you get conditions like this, that dirt and that drying substance they put on the field gets caked in your cleats. They become like wearing a pair of loafers out there in the mud. You really get very little traction when you try to stop or start quickly. Another curveball. He's almost completely gone away from his fastball here in this inning. And Barmer's using that glove as shortstop to protect his throwing hand so it doesn't get any wetter than it already is, just in case the ball is hit in his direction.
Deep left. Martinez back on it. Is it gone? It is a home run. A home run for Pena, who stops at second base, but the third base umpire, Marty Foster, said it was gone. They might replay it just to make sure, but the Cubs lead 4-3. We've seen this occasionally when the ball bounces up. That's almost definitely a sign that it went in the basket and over the yellow line for a home run. Oh, it hit the yellow line. It stayed in. That's not going to be a home run. They're going to look at it.
Well, we'll call it our HP home run replay until further review.
Have you seen a ball do that here?
No.
I've never seen a ball hit the yellow rope and stay in. And they're going to head for the replay. And the result will be interesting.
Yeah. First things first, what a nice piece of hitting by Carlos Pena. We talked about it throughout his at-bat. Brett Myers was not going to give him anything from the middle of the plate in that he could possibly pull out of the ballpark. So finally he stayed on that last delivery, drove it to left field, what appeared initially to be a home run, but right now under review.
So the question is, where will Starlin Castro be placed?
I'm sure Mike Quaddy's argument will be with 2 outs in the inning, he was running on contact, and with his speed, he would have scored easily.
It was called a home run by Marty Foster, third base umpire. You know what, Bob? Castro's only at third base.
Yeah, what, was he running hard the whole way? I mean, you should be. With 2 outs in the inning, you got to be going as hard as you can go around those bases. He was just barely chugging into third. Yeah, right there, he kind of slows down just to make sure he keeps his feet underneath him. Running very gingerly on that wet infield. Yeah, I don't know if they are going to score him.
That would be a heartbreak if that's the call, but the umpires will quickly determine that it was not a home run, but they may take a little longer to try to figure out where to place the runners. I mean, according to that look, there's no way you could say he would have scored.
No, not at all.
Yep. And that's, unfortunately for the Cubs, the correct call. And Mike Quaddy's going to argue that Castro should score, but we had a great look at it. Castro had just gotten to third.
You talk about a game of inches. I mean, we're talking about just the smallest fraction of an inch. If that ball hits a little bit higher on that yellow stripe on the basket, it probably bounces up into the bleachers. But hit just in a perfect spot to pop straight up in the air and drop onto the warning track.
Again, I have never seen a ball hit that exact spot. And the point of replay is to get those border calls correct. And in this case, it did work. Now, Jeff Nelson is going to call for the grounds crew just to work on the dirt here. And Brett Myers may get a couple of warm-up tosses. But the Astros still lead, believe it or not, 3-2.
Right there, right on top of that reinforced rope or whatever it is that goes across the top of the basket and kicks it straight up in the air, and it falls down on the warning track, and a good quick recovery by Martinez out there in left field. We get a little closer view right here as a fan reaches an umbrella out there to possibly make a play, but you can clearly see the ball hits the yellow stripe and trampolines back onto the field.
Great work by our crew, and Mike Quaddy still discussing it with the umpires. Brad Mills is going to make a pitching change. I think part of it is his starter Myers has had to wait a little too long here during this delay. Marlon Byrd is due up. Runners at second and third, and it's still 3-2.
Swing it.
Now, the other thing Mike Quaddy might be arguing as Myers heads off is Castro sees Marty Foster say home run, so he slows down. And that's a legitimate argument.
Yeah.
Now, I guess in the end, in the future, you got to tell your players, just keep running as hard as you can until the play is completely over. Just run all the way to the plate. It's the Verizon call to the pen. We'll be back. What a bizarre 8th inning. The pen was being made. Mark Melanson is coming in. He's their closer. Looks like he'll be asked to get the final 3 outs. J.B. Shuck also in. Double switch. He'll play right. But while that was going on, Mike Quaddy was ejected from this game.
I think you're right, Len. He was probably arguing the fact that Marty Foster, the third base umpire, signaled home run. Starlin Castro saw that sign as he rounded second base and was headed for third. Once again, you'll see as the ball is already the cutoff man before Starlin gets to the base at third, but Marty Foster was calling home run the entire time. Pena rounded the bag at first, chugged into second. He had his head down running. He didn't really see what happened out there in left field. He just assumed it was a double. Pat Listash will now take over for the ejected Mike Quaddy. Wow, bizarre stuff going on here at Wrigley today.
So here's Marlon Byrd, still 3-2. Cubs thought they were ahead 4-3. Still waiting as they're putting some diamond dry and trying to smooth out that dirt near shortstop, Clint Barmas. Well, we didn't have a rain delay. We had a replay and then argument and then pitching change delay. It probably lasted a good 7 to 8 minutes. So Melanson with runners at second and third against Marlon Byrd, who pops up into right. Shuck just into the game will make the catch in fair territory to end a bizarre and ultimately disappointing 8th. The Cubs got 1. They thought they had 3. It's 3-2. before the top of the ninth.
Well, apparently in the estimation of crew chief Jeff Nelson, the conditions just got so bad to the point where it was becoming dangerous for the players out there on the field. Been playing in this steady rain pretty much all afternoon. As you mentioned about an hour or so ago, the rain did pick up, was coming down at a much harder pace. And the grounds crew just couldn't keep up with the wet spots on the infield, on the mound, and in the batter's box. So we're going to have a rain delay here.
And a 3-2 Houston lead. Carlos Pena hit a ball that originally was deemed a go-ahead two-run homer, but it was then reversed on video review. And the Cubs could not get an extra run in that eighth inning. So Brett Myers was charged with 2 runs today in 7 2/3, 1 earned, 1 unearned. It has been a steady rain for a good 2 hours, and the question is it going to stop anytime soon?
I don't know. I mean, once again, looking at the radar, and I'm not a meteorologist by any stretch of the imagination, but it looks like we're going to continue to get rained on at least for another hour or more. Hopefully no harder than it's raining right now. And then there is the proverbial window after this storm makes its way through.
Well, we got here actually pretty quiet after the first inning until that bottom of the eighth, Bob. A 3-run first for the Astros. Then Ryan Dempster finally settled in. The Cubs would get 1 off Brett Myers, and then he would really shut him down. And the pitchers essentially dominated this game until the Cubs started to threaten in the bottom of the eighth inning. And the controversy regarding the home run, I think, is as much about the runner and the placement of the base runners as it was about the ball that was hit. There really isn't much controversy. The ball did not leave the ballpark. It hit the yellow line and stayed in. Starlin Castro had just basically gotten to third as the ball was thrown back to the cutoff man. But if Castro sees the third base umpire Marty Foster signal home run, he is within every right to slow down. But then can the umpire determine that he should have scored? That's where it gets tricky.
Yeah.
And the umpires determined that he had to stay at third, and the result of that was an ejection for the manager, Mike Quade. It's not a perfect system, the replay system, in that regard, but
well, it is perfect on the initial call.
The initial call it is.
But then the placement of the runners after the fact, and the confusion that came about because of Marty Foster signaling for the home run. And this is where the fifth umpire in the booth, you would quickly know that it was not a home run. But once again, then you have to look at the replay, see where the runners were, where should you place them after the ball bounced back onto the field. Well, I'm sure that's something that will be addressed as we continue to move forward in Major League Baseball, and they try to take advantage of the technology available and hopefully make this a better game.
I will say this in terms of fan interference. You know, a ground rule double, guy at first has to be at third, but fan interference, they have to be 100% sure that a guy would score in order to allow him to score. You can't guess. So I'm assuming that those are the rules under which you have to make that call on a border play like the one we just saw. And with these wet conditions, that's the other part of it. There is no guarantee that Castro would have scored.
I mean, you could see him running from first to second very gingerly as he started to make his turn at second base and advance on to third. Not sure if he was doing that because of the wet footing on the field or he just wasn't running hard, but for whatever reason, you could clearly see that when that ball was thrown back into the cutoff man, Starlin had not yet reached third base.
So the diehards are just going to hang out, not only staying here, but sitting in the rain. We will take a break as the Astros lead the Cubs 3-2 before we play the top of the ninth in a rain delay from Wrigley. the Astros leading the Cubs 3-2. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break. They are ready with Bears post-game live in our Comcast Sportsnet downtown studios. When we are ready to resume, we will get you back here at Wrigley Field. So after the break, Bears post-game live with updates from Wrigley Field to follow. All right, Pat, thank you. J.B. Shuck just into the game. Well, it was over an hour ago, but he came in the bottom of the 8th. It's a 2-0 count. Ramon Ortiz is on the mound. Couple of other changes for the Cubs defensively. We'll get to those here in a second. There's a strike. It's 2-1. A 1 hour, 7-minute rain delay. 3-1. Now the pitch, swing, and a miss. Brian LaHare now playing first. He goes there from left. Blake DeWitt has played second, third, and now left. Reed Johnson's playing right. Aramis Ramirez stays in after pinch hitting. He's playing third, and you've got Ortiz on the mound, and that's a leadoff walk. We see the numbers for the veteran Ortiz. Carlos Marmol was loosening before the rain delay, and it looked like the Cubs had taken the lead on a home run by Carlos Pena, but on video review it was deemed a double, and Starlin Castro, who began the play at first, had to hold at third. Mike Quade chatting with the umpires. Well, chatting is kind of a kind way to put it. Was ejected in the aftermath, and then the tarp was called out. 1-0 on Jason Bourgeois.
Looks like the Astros are going to stick with their closer, Mark Melancon. He came into the ball game in the bottom half of the 8th inning with 2 outs and promptly got Marlon Byrd to pop up the first pitch. So apparently Brad Mills is going to stick with his closer.
Swing and a miss. 1-1. And Bourgeois could not hold up on the bunt attempt. 1-2. Pop up, Barney backpedaling, and he makes a grab for the out.
No question about it, Len. The outfield is going to be treacherous. Took a lot of rain during the delay. Took a lot of rain during the game before the delay. Probably see a rooster tail fly up off any ball that happens to be hit through the grass in the outfield. Standing water several different places on the warning track around the field.
The check on the runner, Shuck. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 0-1 to Sanchez. 0 for 3, but he's reached twice on a walk and an error. Good slider, 0-2.
Shuck is a potential base stealer on over there at first base. That's why Ortiz has been paying a lot of attention to him. Had a couple of 20 steal seasons in the minors. Not sure how the slow, wet track will affect those guys with speed.
Ortiz now to the belt. And a Pitch is right where Coy Hill wanted it, up on a fastball. 1-2. Ortiz, 38 years old, from Cotuí in the Dominican Republic. Made his debut back in 1999 with the then Anaheim Angels. '19th appearance as a Cub, 17th as a reliever.
More foul balls from Astros hitters. They have done an amazing job in this 3-game series of wasting a lot of borderline pitches, just throwing a defensive swing out there, getting a piece to stay alive.
And that time he got him.
In 2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on a non-game day. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
Well, Mark Melanson came on over an hour ago, threw one pitch and got Marlon Byrd on a fly to right to end the bottom of the 8th. That preceded the delay, and he's getting ready for the bottom of the 9th. Inside to J.D. Martinez, who has a couple of hits, an RBI, and a run. A very light breeze coming out of the southeast, left or right to left. And a high infield pop-up. Right side. Brian LaHare went back, now comes in. And Ortiz keeps the Astros at 3. We go to the bottom of the 9th. 3-2 Houston.
Controversy that erupted in the 8th inning with Starlin Castro on at first base. Carlos Pena with a drive to left field. Initially ruled a home run by third base umpire Marty Foster. And then after review, crew chief Jeff Nelson comes out, places Pena at second, Starlin Castro at third. An argument ensued. Mike Quade was ejected from the ball game. Clearly the call was correct. The ball did not leave the ballpark, hit the yellow striping on top of the basket, and bounce back onto the field of play. However, I do believe Mike Quaddy's argument was over Starlin Castro running from second to third and seeing the umpire signal home run, probably broke it down a little bit and was not allowed to score on that play.
Jordan Schaefer now in center, with Bourgeois moving to left, so Martinez is out, and Melanson back out there after a one-pitch bottom of the eighth to get the final out. Yeah, we were chatting during the rain delay and with the Houston broadcasters and with the Cubs radio team of Pat Hughes and Keith Moreland, and everybody seemed to agree that the whole call was correct. Blake DeWitt looks at a strike from Melanson. There's just no way the umpires could hand Starlin Castro home plate, considering he had just basically reached third as the ball was being thrown back in. Regardless of whether he slowed down or not with a home run call. It's unfortunate for the Cubs. But umpires can't just make runs out of thin air. That's the problem.
Occasionally they make a strike zone out of thin air. What the heck?
Well, I equate it again to fan interference. You've got to be pretty sure that that runner would have scored to allow him to score. You can't guess. 0-2 on the way. It's high. 1-2. Melanson looking for his 18th save of the year. Now 17 out of 22. This is his 67th appearance. Former Yankee came over along with Jimmy Paredes in that Lance Berkman deal last year.
Fastball, curveball, cutter, changeup combination. Relies heavily on the fastball and the cutter. Uses a curveball when he wants to throw a slower breaking pitch.
And he got him on a breaking ball on a foul tip. One away. It'll bring up Reed Johnson for the first time. Strike one.
Good idea. Reed Johnson just looking to get on base. Alfonso Soriano has moved out into the on deck circle for Coy Hill. And before that pitch, Carlos Lee was playing very deep at first base. Same thing for Sanchez at second. Reed Johnson just trying to push it past the pitcher Melanson, leg it out for an infield hit.
Melanson went to the University of Arizona, born in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Went through Tommy John surgery in October of '06 and didn't pitch the following season. There comes a 1-1 curve. Boy, that's nasty. 82 miles an hour, and it fell right off the table.
Yeah, it's one of those short, sharp breaking curveballs like back in the days of Mark Pryor when healthy and on top of his game. Very tight rotation. That's nasty.
One caught more of the zone, and Johnson able to fight it off.
Most of the time a curveball is considered an off-speed pitch, and when the ball leaves a pitcher's hand, the first thing you see is the ball going up, and then as it takes the break on the way to home plate, it comes back down. But Melanson throws his so hard the ball's coming straight out of his hand like a hard slider or a fastball. Very tough to pick up.
Well, he missed his spot, but it still worked. You saw Quintero set up toward the outside corner. That pitch was up and in, but he got the desired result, a strikeout. We talk often about good curveball pitchers, how they work vertically in the strike zone. High fastballs to set up the curve. And in that case, it was the opposite. Here's Soriano hitting for Coy Hill. Last chance now for the Cubs. Fouled away. Soriano very capable of tying this thing up with one swing, and the wind, what wind there is blowing out to left. Well, that high heat now probably at some point going to set up the curve. Maybe on this pitch. 1-2. Fastball, still 1-2.
Quintero wanted that heater up, probably to set up the curveball, as you mentioned. It was up a little bit, but not where his catcher wanted it. Finally did get to that curveball. Soriano able to foul it off, stay alive.
Swing and a miss on the curve, and that'll end it. So Melanson comes back after a 67-minute rain delay, and he strikes out the side as the Astros salvage the finale, not only of this series, but the season series as well. The Cubs did take 8 out of 15 against the Astros, and they will now welcome in the first place Milwaukee Brewers tomorrow night. Well, the last 7 games, Bob, of the season series were all decided by 1 run. Very competitive. And our GMC player of the game, we're going to give it to our camera guys who stuck it out through the conditions. It rained pretty much all day today.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't warm when the game got underway either. The guys really battled today, as they do every day, giving us the great shots from here at Wrigley Field, and we always appreciate their efforts.
So the Cubs, with just 3 games left at home there in 2011, and hopefully they can finish strong and at least stave off the Brewers' division championship celebration. That'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. Coors Light postgame live coming up. The final score today: the Astros 3 and the Cubs 2. We're back with you tomorrow night. Prince fielder Ryan Braun and the Brewers come to the north side. Casey Coleman for the Cubs. Chris Narveson, who's had the Cubs number this year, will pitch for Milwaukee. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Chris Bowden, our entire crew here at Wrigley. This is Len Casper sending it over to Cap and Holly in our downtown CSN studios.